All right. Happy Monday. Oh, camera's not on. Maybe it was. Oh, it's on now. No. There it is. So we have like very little bit of functional program to finishing up, and then build a static site generator, which I don't really know what it is, but we'll get into that and do it. All right. Yeah, I think we got like 3 more questions and we'll be done.
Imagine if nature could rotate perfect. Imagine nature got a rotate perfect.
Match. Let's take another look at our example enum from the previous lesson. Color equals enum, color, red, green, blue. Working with enums. Python has a match statement that tends to be a lot cleaner than a series of if-else-elif statements when we're working with a fixed set of possible values, like a sum type, or more specifically an enum. Def get hex color, match color, case color.red, return hef case color.green, return error 0ff. Case color.blue, return tap 000ff, default case, invalid color. Case score, return ff. If you have 2 values to match, you can use a tuple. Def get hex, color shade, case color.red light, return hff case color red shade dark, return a00, return green a light, return 2 vfla, return 00a, return ff, case shadark, return have 0a default case, invalid combination, case skirt terhff. The value we want to compare is set after the match keyword, which is then compared against different cases patterns. If a match is found, the code in the block is executed. Assignment: complete the convert format function. Using the enum doc format, it should support 3 types of conversions. From MD to HTML, assume the content is a single h1 tag in Markdown syntax. It's a single string representing a line. Replace the leading hag with an h1 and add a h1 to the end. This is a heading. This is a heading to PDF. Simply add a PDF tag to the beginning and end of the content. Notice the spaces between PDF tags and the content. This is some text. This is some text. From HTML to MD, replace any h1 tags with hag and remove any h1 tags. h1, this is a heading. This is a heading. Any other conversion. If the input format is invalid, raise an exception with the string invalid type.
Imagine if nature got a rotate perfect.
Okay, let's see what we can do here.
Imagine if nature got a rotate perfect.
We want to kind of like write it like this. Match. We're converting from one format to another, so from format to format. Case. From MD to HTML. Complete the convert function using the enum doc format. Doc format.md. .html.pdf.text. Okay, so we want doc format dot md and html.
Imagine if Ninja got a low taper face.
Assume the content is a single h1 higher markdown syntax. Single string representatives replace the leading hash with the h1 and h1 slash h1 at the end. So if content is there like a starts with, oh, there's a function starts with. Let's use to check if a string begins with a specified prefix. Turns true or false. Okay. So if content dot starts with hashtag space then we want to return with the h1 on it, so f string h1 slash h1. Then we got to put the content in here. The content is h1 smart town syntax with a single string representing a line. Replace the leading pound space with the h1 and h1 at the end. Yeah. This is a heading. This is a heading. The input format is valid, raise exception with the string invalid type. And the next case is text to PDF. Simply add PDF. Okay, so case going HTML to MD. replace any H1s with hashtag space and remove any H1 hashtag. So if content dot starts with H1 and is there ends with is the same thing. Value start end. Okay. Strip. Strip like this. Uh, strip. I wanted to strip white characters. I wanted to strip actual characters. Characters. A string specifying a set of characters to remove from the beginning and the end of the string. So it's just but I can't do because it could have H in the content if I strip an H. Need to strip H1 and then else raise exception valid type. Case underscore colon turn raise exception. The type. So we have to strip the H1 from the. We've done this before. Maybe not. Hmm. So we'll just leave you with banana. But the issue is, need to get rid of the H1. Oh, I can count characters, right? So can I just like return the F string of the content? The hashtag space in front. Content, but we gotta start at 0, 1, 2, 4, 2, 3, 4. Minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Zero, 1, 2. Is this 3 or 4 in the front here? I think it's gonna be, I think it's 3 and -5. Ooh, that means that this one's fucked up too, though. So on this one, we need to delete the space and the hashtag in the front. So we need the... Is that 1 or 2? Like, what was it? String positioning? It's like... String positioning? Slicing lists? This isn't a list, though. So is that... Oh, shit. It's like slicing a string? feel like this is gonna be 2 characters. I think this one's 4 characters, now that I think about it. Okay, well. Oh, you can just do a replace. Oh. An addition in string. Okay. A concatenate in the string. I didn't think about that. I was like, I just want to get rid of it and then put it back in, essentially. I didn't think about like replacing the front end and then concatenating the back end of it. Okay, cool.
Export CSV. Doc2Doc should be able to prepare and export a CSV file of whatever data you input. Comma-separated values are a ubiquitous text format that allows for information to be structured in a table. There is usually a header row followed by data rows. Within rows, items are separated by commas. Assignment. Complete the getCSV status function. It should use a match case statement to select the correct response depending on the status of the export operation. Create functions to handle each operation as follows. Pending. Return a tuple with the string pending and the data converted from a list of lists of anything to a list of lists of strings. Try to use nested map functions to convert the data items into strings. Remember to convert from a map object back into a list. Processing. Return a tuple with the string processing and the data converted from a list of lists of strings into one string in CSV format. For each list of strings, combine the strings with join with commas in between to form a row. For each row string, combine the strings with join with new lines n in between to form a table.
It's better if you try this challenge without using loops for practice, but you may use loops. All right, so we're going to do match status. And then a bunch of cases. CSV export status. Ending. Turn a tuple with a string pending and the data converted from a list of lists of anything to a list of strings. All right, so strings is equal to. I use nested map functions to convert the data into strings. Remember to convert only map object back to a list. Oh, baby's crying. Just gonna make sure everything's okay. Hold on a sec. Turn a tuple with the string pending and the data converted from a list of lists of anything to a list of strings. They need to be nested in map functions to convert the data items into strings. Remember to convert a map back into a list. Turn a tuple with the string processing. Success, failure. The CSV functions should match the statement. Select correct response. Data converted from lists of anything to list of strings. Data converted from a list of lists of anything to a list of strings. So it's like convert row to string. From a list of lists. Like convert a row. Not what I want. I have to like write a function for it. So like I want, what do I want? Wants a map. Function and iterable. So the function converts a specified value into a string. We want to, right, so that's our function. So map string. I don't know, give us some variable. Row. So this function is row to string. The input row. The data convert from a list of lists of anything to a list of strings. I nested map functions to convert the data into strings. Remember to convert the map object back to a list. So then we need to list this whole thing. And return it. Right, so now that's our function. So now this is so now we need to map that function with our data. And then the map converts it away from a list, and we have to go back to a list. All right, and that'll give us our strings. And then it wants us to return a tuple with the string pending and the data converted. So return. Which one first? Pending? And our tuple strings. That looks good. All right, so processing. Turn a tuple with the string processing. The data converted from a list of lists of strings into one string CSV format, right? It's got CSV format, it's got commas. For each list of strings, combine the strings with join with commas in between, comma delimited, right? In each row. For each row of strings, combine the strings with join with /n in between the lines to form a table. All right, so we need to convert it to CSV. I mean, I can either write it as a function up here, or I can write it down here. Convert to CSV. Call it data. So it's gonna be lambda row colon in the expression. Need to dot join the commas. I just need like an example of it so I know how to write it. I'm not like the greatest at writing the lambdas. Length of name is greater than 3. So is that like our join? So we need to combine the strings with join with commas in between. So comma dot join. Row. Then what's the second value? Names. So we just put row again? No. Data. All right, now. We have to map through all of this. For each row string. Row string, right? Combine the strings with join with new lines in between for the new table. So \n dot join string. We need to return this. So that's our like CSV conversion right there. I'll be right back. I gotta go talk to the wife. I'm back. All right, so we wrote our convert CSV function. So convert CSV function of the data and so we just need, I think we just need this. I think so. Okay. So case CSV export status success. Turn a tuple to string success and simply return the data as is. Case failure. Failure. Turn a tuple to strings. Unknown error retrying, and the data after it has been prepared by processed into a CSV string by combining the steps for pending and processing. So ending and processing. So this. So strings. And then processing. Function. It's not data though, it's gonna be strings. So then it wants unknown error retrying. Case underscore raise exception unknown export status. Wow, theirs is. Oh, I was gonna say theirs is a lot more concise than mine, but it's not. I thought it was just that upper part for a second. Let's compare the two. So they made functions for everyone. So I just did one for like convert CSV and, you know, if it's a string, converting to a string. Holy shit, this. Lambda s, string s, list, map over it, list over it with the data. Yeah, this is what I did, but this is like 2 steps. So I did list map, string row, and then I put this into list map of this function and the data. The same thing with the lambda. Like their lambda statement's the same, right? They just wrote it all in one line. So the lambda row comma dot join row with the data equals row string, and then they added the dot join at the beginning here too, so I just did it on a separate line. And then these are just easy to write inside of the case. Is there one of these?
Edit document. Doc2Doc should be able to track changes in documents. Tracking changes is important for undoing and redoing edits. Some editors save changes, and some file formats do as well. Assignment. Complete the handle edit function. It takes as input a document string, an edit type enum, and an edit dictionary. It should use a match case statement to select the correct operation depending on the edit type. Create a function to handle each operation as follows.
Alright. So we do have to create a function for each one of these ones. Use edit new line. Use edit dictionary to modify or return a copy of document. The edit dictionary will only contain a line number key and an integer value 0 indexed. Add a new line at the end of the line document corresponding to the line number. A key statement correct corresponding depending on the edit type. Create a function each operation as follows. These functions can just be inside handle edit, right? Match edit type space edit type dot. Okay. Use the edit dictionary to modify and return a copy of the document. The edit line number key integers value 0 index. Add a slash new at the end of the line. So we need to split document. Edition only contained a line number key and integer value 0 index. Add a new line \n at the end of the line document corresponding to the line number. Copy of the document. The dictionary only contained a line number. Will only contain the line number key. The edit dictionary will only contain the line number key. Edit dictionary. Will only contain the line number key and integer value 0 index. Edit dictionary. It contain a line number key and integer value. So line number is equal to the edit dictionary. Yeah, line number. That I saw that before. So we need like the quote unquote line number, the string. Get the key from the edit dictionary. And then split lines is a function. Yes, I thought. So we need to split the lines in the document to get lines. Because we're going by line number. So lines is equal to the document split lines. Right? And that'll give us our lines in the document. And then in the matching case, we can use what we need to do here. Add a new line \n at the end of the line of the document corresponding to the line number. So we're adding \n. To lines the end of the line of the document corresponding to the line number. So line number from here. Edit dictionary to modify and return a copy of the document. The edit dictionary may contain the line number, key, and integer value index for it. Add a new line at the end of the line of the document corresponding to the line number. Then we have to return the document, which is need to dot join the lines on the \ns. Okay, substitute the substitute. Use the edit dictionary to modify and return a copy of the document, same as before. The edit dictionary will contain insert text key and string value, a line number key and integer value, a start key, integer value, an end key, and an integer value. Substitute the insert text into the line of the document corresponding to the line number between start and end indexes. Whew. These are a fucking mouthful. So Substitute the insert text into the line of the document corresponding to line number between start and end indexes. Feels like its own function. A lot of variables. Alright, so substitute. Gonna be document. The edit dictionary will contain insert text. Line number. Start and an end key integer value. Start and anything else? No. Okay, so start key and integer value and an integer value and an end key and an integer value. In an insert text. Okay. String value. Well, our line underscore number is our string value. Line number key. In addition, we contain insert text key and a string value. A line number key and integer value. A start key. An integer value and an end key and an integer value. Substitute the insert text into the line of the document corresponding to line number between start and end indexes. I was about to say, like, we could put lines equals document dot split lines into global, but I don't want two functions calling on it, so I think I have to put lines in here too. Lines is equal to document dot split. And line number. Well, I don't have edit in here to do line number. I think it'll still work. So continue to insert text key and a string value, line number key and integer value, start key and an integer value, and end key and integer value. Substitute the insert text into the line of the document corresponding to the line number and string. Insert text key and string value. So the lines, line number, document split lines, so that each individual lines with the inputted line number. Like lines, line number at the start, and then lines, line number at the end. Substitute the insert text into the line of document corresponding to the line number between start and end indexes. So this is in between here. A copy of the doc. The edit dictionary will contain insert text, key and string value, line number, integer value, start key and integer value, and the end key integer value. Substitute the insert text to the document corresponding to the line number between start and end indexes. Alright, so that's our substitute function. We'll have to return it as joining the lines. Return / dot and dot join lines below. Right, and then our substitute Start and insert text. Document. Line number. Start and insert text. Edit, start and index text. So, substitute. There's a replace function, but we're gonna use their substitute function that we created. Right? We have to put in document, insert text. Line number. Edit of the word start. Edit of end and edit of insert text.
Before yourself, I'll speak for you.
Case. Use the edit dictionary to modify return and return a copy of the document. The edit dictionary will contain a insert text key and string value and line number, key, integer value. Same thing as substitute an integer value. Insert the insert text line to document corresponding line number at the start index. This is just the same as this, but with a different positioning. And a start key integer value. It doesn't need an and. Insert the insert text into one of the documents. The start of index. So this just becomes start. Case dot delete. Use the edit dictionary and modify or return copy of the document. The edit dictionary will contain a line number and key value, a start key integer, and an end key integer. Remove the substring of the line of the document corresponding to line number between start and end indexes. I think my function order is fucked up. It matters. I think it matters the way I'm writing this. I think I want... How am I writing it? Document line number, start end, insert text. Document line number, start end, insert text. Document line number, start, insert text. Document line number, start, end, insert text. It's gonna be start, end. Just like a string. Blank string. And then our like catch-all case. That's the exception. Unknown edit type. Oh. That one failed. That one passed. That one failed. That one failed. So the new line worked. But everything else failed. So that means there's something wrong with the function. This new line doesn't have the function in it. Ooh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to catch this. Let's see. That's the bear. I don't even know how close I am. Let's look at some specific issues in your code and think about how to resolve them. Split lines, typo. Whoops. Split. Now does it work? Nope. In your substitute function, you seem to have split lines in incantation instead of split lines. Spit lines! Like spit mad lines, man. Gator belts and patty melts and Monte Carlos. Constant concatenation and substitute. Yeah. You're concatenating a single character. Lines, numbers, start, rather than slicing the string correctly. What do we expect start and end to represent? So like split. Oh shit, I gotta write it as a split. How do I do that? With text. Split. Or it's like a slice. Oh, so I gotta use a colon. I mean, start is the first value, end is the last value. So, I mean, I could just represent it like this. Still. That doesn't look like right. When substituting, you want to keep the beginning part before the start index. Add your new text, then keep the end part after the end index. Oh, before the start in. Oh. These are reversed. Before the start index and after the end index. There's a typo in your join statement in the substitute function. Be \n. Think about how substitution should work. If you have hello world and you wanted to replace Lulu, what do I do? You'd want to keep HE before start and YDU insert text. Keep RLD after the end.
Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought, doomed, detected, and caught. No more deals, it's over.
Does this work now?
The final act, you're doomed.
One failed.
No more grace, it's over. This house of hope.
Insert failed. It's the two starts, I think. For new line case, there's a potential problem. You use split lines. It removes the trailing new lines. But when you add a new line and then join, you're just adding it to the end of the text. You're not actually preserving the original document structure. Let's think about what happens in the new line operation more carefully. When you want to add a new line after a specific line, you should either work directly with the original document or handle a new line addition differently. Can you think of how to modify a new line handler to correctly add a new line at the end of the specified line while preserving the overall document structure? I don't have to like create a copy of the document, do I? Create a copy? Maybe not. It's a good copy to avoid modifying the original document, but the issue is more about split lines, handles new lines. When you use split lines, it removes all trailing new lines. So maybe I don't want to use split lines. So when you add a new line to a line and then join everything back, you're not getting the exact original formatting. For new line case, you could approach it differently. Oh, I see. I see what you're doing there. You're just adding on the backslash to the lines there. So we're just splitting on the backslash ends. Then we're joining it with the backslash ends. Still getting an error for the insert. When you're adding new line, backslash to the end of the line, but when you join the lines back with backslash join, you're already putting new lines between the lines. This might end up with double new lines. There's another inconsistency. Your substitute function is using split lines while your handle edit function uses split. This could lead to different behaviors. So split on the end. Oh. So split lines was fucking it up, not Okay, so explain how dot split lines and dot split we're giving different outputs. Split lines recognizes splits the string lines between boundaries, recognizes all universal new lines /n /rn or /r. More importantly, it removes new line characters from resulting substrings. Split on n, exactly the n characters, just empty string as a result. Oh. Oh, note the trailing empty string. Gotcha. When dealing with document editing, where preserving exact formatting is important. Yeah, so blank returns. These differences matter significantly. For example, trailing new lines need to be preserved in many editor operators. In your code, using split lines is in one place and split /n and another could lead to inconsistent behavior, especially when dealing with trailing news lines. Would you like to make both methods consistent? What should approach? Okay. So what is the corresponding function for split lines? Join lines. If you're using split lines, keep ends equals true. This will keep the original line endings in each element to region. Oh, okay. So I had to put in one of the default variables. Keep ends true. Oh shit, I should have looked it up. Yeah, because what happens is this. If I don't keep ends true, this \n gets taken out by the default values. Same thing with this r. This r and n. Okay. Oh, I still failed one. Delete. My delete is fucked up. start, end, and then nothing, right? Dear manager, I'm outraged. Sincerely, Karen. Wait, they match. Oh, that one passed. Change type. Edit type. Actual line number? Oh, this is supposed to be the catch-all case. But it's spitting out line number. The word line number. In your handle edit, immediately trying to access edit line number at the beginning of the function before checking the edit type. And your edit type is unknown, like in this case, the edit dictionary may not have a line number key causing the error, so just spits back line number. You should move that line inside each case to only access it when needed. Oh, do we have to put the split on the inside here too? I don't have to do it for these ones because the substitute function does it, but...
VD.
That was tough. So how did they... So how they wrote it. They put all the cases at the top and then all the functions. So define new line, substitute, insert, delete. So I defined substitute and I put it into substitute, insert, delete. Right? That's what substitute is. And then you can put substitute into insert and delete. I kind of like the way they did it better. It's a little bit clean. And then new line is kind of its thing. All right. Now we're on to build a static site generator. I don't know what this is.
Build a static site generator. Let's build a static site generator from scratch. Check out this live demo of what you'll build in this course. But you won't just build this site, you'll
A Tolkien fan club. My favorite characters in order. But like my favorite Dungeons and Dragon rolls in order. 20, 19, 18.
build the tool that builds this site. It's pretty meta. You'll also deploy yours to a live URL on the internet, just like mine. What is a static site generator? A static site generator takes raw content files, like Markdown and images, and turns them into a static website, a mix of HTML and CSS files. Static sites are very popular in the real world for blogs and other content-heavy websites because they're lightning fast, secure, and easy to host. For example, the Boot.Dev blog is a production-level static site generated with Hugo. Static versus dynamic sites. A static site is what it sounds like, static. The content is always the same. Users cannot upload files, log in, leave comments, save preferences. You would need a dynamic site for that stuff, which is usually powered by a database and a custom web server. Static sites are great for blogs, portfolios, landing pages, documentation, assignment. We'll be using the Boot.Dev CLI to run and submit the tests for some of the lessons in this project. Make sure you have it installed. Run and submit the tests using the CLI. The tests just ensure that the CLI is installed and configured correctly.
I think it is. Excuse me. Do. Okay.
HTML. The primary output of a static site generator is HTML, hypertext markup language, because HTML contains all the content of a web page. HTML is a simple language for structuring content. It's not a programming language in the sense that it doesn't have variables, loops, or conditionals. HTML is a way to format text, images, links, and other media so that a web browser can render it in a GUI. Here's a simple HTML file, HTML head. Why front-end development sucks. Heady. Front-end development is the worst. Look, front-end development is for script kiddies and soy devs who can't handle the real programming. I mean, it's just a bunch of divs and spans, right? And CSS. It's like, oh, I want this to be red, but not that red. What a joke. Real programmers code, not silly markup languages. They code on Arch Linux, not Mac OS, and certainly not Windows. They use Vim, not VS Code. They use C, not HTML. Come to the A reference of Boot.Dev backend, where the real programming happens. HTML is a tree-like structure where each tag, e.g., the bits enclosed in angle brackets, can contain other tags, and the whole thing is enclosed in an outermost DML tag. Let's break down the structure of this HTML file. HTML is the root element of the document. Head contains metadata about the document. Anything in the head is not rendered visibly in the browser window. Title is the title of the document, which is displayed in the browser tab. Body contains the content of the document.
Head? Head contains metadata about the document. Anything in the head is not rendered visible in the browser window. Okay, so this isn't.
Which is what is rendered in the browser window. H1 is a paragraph of text. A is a hyperlink. The href attribute is the URL the link points to. Attributes are key value pairs that provide additional information about an element, like href www.boot.dev. Assignment. Create a new repo on GitHub and clone it in your workspace. This is the root of your project. Add a directory to your project called public and save the HTML above into a file called index.html in the public directory. Change directories to the public directory and use Python's built-in HTTP server to serve the contents of the public directory. cd public python 3 mhttp.server 888. Open your browser and paste.
Alright, create a new repo on GitHub. Static site generator. Load it to your workspace. I totally forgot how to do that. I think we're going through it again. You clone a repository, you copy the repository from Git, yeah. With the code button. Copy the URL of the repository. Using HTTPS. The clone of the repository using the SSH key. Clone the repository using SSH key, including certificate user organization. Using GitHub CLI. Git bash. Change your current working directory to the location where you want the clone directory. Alright, so it's so we need to make a directory -p. Make directory. That's one word. Make directory -p static site generator. Oh, it made 3 of them. I forgot it's supposed to be underscore. Remove files. RM. Wait, so can I do it like this? Static site generator and remove those? Yeah, look at that. So now we gotta... Oh, fuck. Why am I making it capital? Okay, so now we're in the root. Change the current working directory to the location of where you want the clone to. Type git clone, then paste the URL you copied earlier. Ooh, cold today. It's cold today. Clone it workspace. This is the root of your project. Add a directory to your project called public. and save the HTML above into the file called index.html. So touch index.html. Change directories to the public directory and use Python's built-in HTTP server to serve the contents of the public directory. Change directories to the public directory and use Python's built-in HTTP server to serve the contents. Open your browser. Paste in the URL of your server. What? So just do Python 3-m server 8888. Okay. The address bar, you should see your file rendered in the web page, right? While the server is running, open a new terminal window. I guess I could have just opened it here. I don't want PowerShell. I don't know why it's pink now. Expecting body to contain why front-end development sucks. Add a directory to your project called public and save the HTML above into a file called index.html. Oh, this. Oh, shit. Okay. That's what it was. Okay.
CSS. CSS, Cascading Style Sheets, is another not really a programming language that styles HTML elements. It's a way to dress up your HTML with colors, fonts, responsive layouts, animations, etc. Make all H1 HTML elements red, H1 color red. Or maybe we want the max width of our paragraphs to be 50% of the screen width. Make all PHTML elements 50% of the screen width, P, max width 50%. Assignment. Copy and paste the following CSS into a file called
In the public directory. All right, so copy and paste the following CSS file stuff into the CSS file. So touch styles.css, nano styles, CSS, paste, exit, save, good. Then link the styles CSS file in your index HTML by adding a link tag to the head section. So now index so we're just gonna replace the head. Oh. I'm fucking this up. href style/css style sheet. Then you can kill your server with Control-C and restart it. Okay. Server running and submit the HTML testing using the CLI tool. Tip: if you suspect that you're having caching issues, try clearing your browser cache and reloading the page.
Markdown. Writing HTML by hand sucks. Even if you're a grubby front-end programmer, you probably don't want to write entire documents in raw HTML. Writing Markdown is pure bliss. Markdown is a less verbose markup language designed for ease of writing. The trouble is web browsers don't understand Markdown. They only understand HTML and CSS. The number one job of a static site generator is to convert Markdown into HTML. Instead of writing a verbose HTML list, I really hate writing in raw HTML. We can write this in Markdown. Markdown. I really hate writing in raw HTML. Our static site generator will take a directory of Markdown files, one for each web page, and build a directory of HTML files. Because we're not savages, we'll also include a single CSS file to style the site. Fun fact, this lesson, and every lesson on Boot.Dev, is written in Markdown.
Goddamn animals! Savages! Alright. Markdown is more enjoyable to write. HTML is structured for browsers to parse, correct.
Cheat sheet. This cheat sheet provides a quick reference for all the HTML and Markdown syntax you'll need to complete this project. Feel free to bookmark this page or open it in another tab so you can come back to it as you work on this project. References. Markdownguide.org HTML element reference. Fun fact, Discord, GitHub, and ChatGPT all support Markdown messages. When you use Markdown on those platforms, it will render beautifully. HTML headings. Heading 1 H1, Heading 2 H2, Head H3, Heading 4, Heading 5 H6, Heading 6 Markdown headings. MD, Heading 1, Heading 3, Heading 4, Heading 5, Heading 6. HTML paragraphs. HTML, this is a paragraph of text. Markdown paragraphs. MD, this is a paragraph of text. HTML bold. HTML, this is a bold word. Markdown bold. MD, this is a bold word. HTML italics. HTML, this is an italic I word. Markdown italics. MD, this is an italic word. Note, this is italic and this is italic. Both work in Markdown, but we'll use italic in this project. HTML links. HTML, this is a paragraph with a 8weird.google.com link. Markdown links. This is a paragraph with a link.
Oh my god, this is so much
HTML
nicer.
images. HTML img image.jpg. Markdown images. alt text for image. HTML unordered lists. HTML ul item 1, item 2, item 3 u markdown unordered lists. MD item 1, item 2, item 3. Note, item 1 and item 1 both work in Markdown, but we'll use item 1 in this project. HTML ordered lists. HTML item 1 item 2 item 3 reordered lists. MD item 1, item 2, item 3. HTML quotes. HTML, this is a quote block quote Markdown quotes. MD, this is a quote. HTML code, this is code Markdown code. MD, this is code.
I actually forgot to make notes. I have to go back for a second. I can reference all of it. I can reference all of it. All right. Okay, especially the cheat sheet. Especially the cheat sheet. Ooh, my control button is like fucked up. Ew, my keyboard is gross. Because the control is only one keycap. Alright. This is the bread and butter. I didn't copy the C, so it just says oh. It said heat sheet on my thing, not cheat sheet. Okay. 2 pairs of asterisks surrounding in Markdown is equal to what in HTML? That was italic? No, bold. bold, which is represented by the B tag. Cool. What's the difference in a normal link markdown and an embedded image? Link. Image. What? What's the difference between a normal link in markdown and an embedded image? Alt text for image. Exclamation. The link starts with an exclamation. The link starts with an exclamation. The image starts with an exclamation. The image starts with an exclamation, and the text in parentheses is the anchor text. The text in the square brackets is the alt text. Here we go. C. The answer is always C.
Architecture. We'll dive into code in the next chapter, but first, I want to give you a high-level architecture for our static site generator. The flow of data through the full system is: Markdown files are in the /content directory.
Content template.html. Source, our Python code. Generator itself creates the stuff in this public directory, goes into the public. The output directory with final HTML and CSS. Static assets like images and CSS go into the public. File server, Python server 8888 serves the public files so the browser can access them. Browser renders the HTML and CSS as a web page. Okay.
A template.html file is in the root of the project. The flow of data through the full system is: Markdown files are in the /content directory. A template.html file is in the root of the project. The static site generator, the Python code in /, reads the markdown files and the template file. The generator converts the markdown files to a final HTML file for each page and writes them to the /public directory. We start the built-in Python HTTP server, a separate program, unrelated to the generator, to serve the contents of the /public directory on http:/localhost 8888, our local machine. We open a browser and navigate to localhost 8888 to view the rendered site. How the SSG works. The vast majority of our coding will happen in the SAF directory because almost all of the work is done in steps 2 and 3 above. Here's a rough outline of what the final program will do when it runs. Delete everything in the /public directory. Copy any static assets, HTML template, images, CSS, etc. to this public directory. Generate an HTML file for each markdown file in the /content directory. For each markdown file, 1. Open the file and read its contents. 2. Split the markdown into blocks, e.g. paragraphs, headings, lists, etc. 3. Convert each block into a tree of HTML node objects. For inline elements like bold text, links, etc., we will convert raw markdown, text node, HTML node. 4. Join all the HTML node blocks under one large parent HTML node for the pages. 5. Use a recursive to HTML method to convert the HTML node and all its nested nodes to a giant HTML string and inject it in the HTML template. 6. Write the full HTML string to a file for that page in the /public directory. How we're going to build it. We're not going to build the program in the same order that it runs. That's often not the best way to build large projects. Instead, we'll tackle individual problems that we know we'll need to solve and use unit tests to make sure they work as expected. Then, we'll put the pieces together into a working program as we get closer to the end. You don't need to memorize the information on this page, but come back to review it if you ever feel lost in the details.
I will take it down in my notes, good sir. All right. What should you do with this lesson? Remember to come back and review it as a build a project if you lose sight of the big picture. Memorize everything. There's going to be a proctored exam. Prostate exam?
Text node. We're going to need a way to represent all the different types of inline text. We're going to be passing markdown text and outputting it to HTML, so we need an intermediate representation of the text in our code. When I say inline, I just mean text that is part of a larger block of text. For us, this includes normal text, bold text, italic text, code text, links in this format, anchor text images in this format. Everything else we're considering block level, like headings, paragraphs, and bullet lists, and we'll handle those later.
Okay.
Assignment. Create a simple main.s shell script.
Alright, so make... I can close, end this. Create a simple main shell script in the root of the project. Touch. This will be a convenient way to run our code. It should contain Python. Python 3 source/main.py. Create a source src directory with a main Python file. Okay, so make directory src. cd src. Main Python file, touch main.py. This is where we'll write our Python code. Make it print hello world. Make sure that running the main shell script runs the main py and prints hello world. Make sure that running the main shell script runs the /main.shell. Oh. Wait, I didn't put it in here? How do you run the... I just type sh main.sh? Okay, that worked. I didn't know how to run it. I was like, what? Okay, so that's working. Create a git ignore file at the root of the project. It should contain pycache. Touch.git ignore. Nano.git ignore underscore pi pycache. This would prevent auto-generated pycache directories from being committed to Git. Finally, create a source/text node Python file. What is src? It's not source. Source. Oh. It is source. Touch text node dot apply. And read on to see what it should contain. In textnode.py, create an enum called text type. Should cover all the types of text node mentioned above. Oh, how you can create an enum. So we're gonna do should cover all the types of text mentioned above as an example. Alright, so class inline. So should I just say like dude. Normal text bold text italic text code text equal links images like that. Create an enum called text type. Oh, text type. Shit. Should cover all the types mentioned above. Here's an example. In textnode.py, create a class called textnode. Should have 3 properties that can be set in the constructor. Self text type. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. I don't think this should be like this, now that I think about it. It should just be like... I don't think it's supposed to be like the conversion. I think it's just supposed to be the word. Like image. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be like link. This is supposed to be like code text. Do I even need... I don't think I even need the word text. I think it's just like this. Yeah, I don't think I need it. I think this... Yeah, the enum's very basic. Yeah, I like that better. Alright, so text node. Create a class called text node. It should have 3 properties that can be set in the constructor. Self.text. Text content of the node. Self.text type. The type of text that this node contains, which is a member of the text type enum. Self.url. URL of the link or image, the text link default to none if nothing is passed in. So it's like a define init. I haven't done this in a minute. remember. I remember. So we need a self, and then it wants text type, and a URL set to none. Then so text content of the node is self dot text equals text self dot text type equals text type self dot URL is equal to like if the text is default to none if it's nothing bad then so URL. Create an EQ method. Okay. That method that returns true if all properties of text node objects are equal. Our future unit tests will rely on the method to compare objects. Create a repr method that returns a string representation of text node object. Looks like this. I take a leak. I'll be back. Self and I think it's another variable.
bullshit blazing, still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new one under you. Soon you will know, we already know the smell of the game. Do you know who you are when you speak your words? Don't sound like your own. You're trapped in the toxic created by this world. That is who you are. No silence will say that I must be dead sometimes without gravity gets us on the ground. That is bullshit blazing, still my heart is blazing. If I lose my wings, I don't need a new one.
Might need a hat or something.
Can't feel a thing. We already know the smell of the game.
It's like a chicken queso bowl.
Your heart is blazing. If the world made you, I don't need a new world under you. Soon you will know. We already know the smell of the game.
It's like taco chicken with like Mexican rice, some lettuce, some queso on top, salsa, and then like crushed Doritos. It's good. Or like corn chips or something.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society, so instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed the beasts. But they found beauty in the lives of beasts.
If all properties of the text node are equal, the feature test will rely on this method to compare objects.
Can't you see I'm blazing? Still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new world under you. My tribe is my word. Your words will never let me disappear. That is bullshit blazing. Still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new world under you. Soon you will know. We already know the smell of the, know the smell of the, know the smell of the, know the smell of the game.
For April, let's see what they got.
Spring is here, and with it comes our first full month of spring gaming. April is lacking in AAA offerings, but the indie games are holding down the fort, which is to be expected in April. It's a great opportunity to catch up on your backlog or maybe check out a smaller game that might have flown under your radar. My name is Kodiak, this is Legacy Gaming, and here's everything we think is worth checking out in April 2024.
What is happening? Why is there a montage? We just get into it?
April 1st, we've got a neat little indie title for all you more casual story-driven adventurers out there. Korai is a heartwarming, hand-drawn tale of friendship where you save a puppy that ends up helping you through an enchanted forest. This forest is full of ancient musical puzzles, mysterious monuments, and a whole host of different environments like shaded groves, dark caves, and snowy hills to explore. Along the way, you and your furry companion will befriend and help
Cute,
all
not
manner
for
of
me.
woodland creatures while avoiding and outsmarting the relentless hunters that stand in the way of you getting back home. This genuinely looks like a charming indie title, and April 3rd, PC players are here.
Oh.
We're happy to have brought it to your attention. We're not going to make a big deal of this next one simply because many of you have already played it, but come April 3rd, PC players are finally getting their hands on The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. The remaster features graphical improvements helping bring the game into the modern era, while also fully supporting PlayStation's
Good game.
DualSense
I already played
controller
it.
integration on the PC. Not only will the game look better while playing it, but the remaster also features lost levels, 3 early development versions of levels not seen in the original game. Additionally,
That's
The
kinda
Last
cool.
of Us Part 2 Remastered dips its toe into the roguelite waters with its own roguelike survival mode, No Return. Here, you'll need to survive as long as you can in each run, choosing your path through a series of randomized encounters, all culminating in a final boss battle. Each character you can unlock and use in this mode also features their own set of unique gameplay traits that give you a bit of variety. We know many of you have played this already, but we also know a few of you have been waiting for this one. Well, now is that time. If you're looking for a PvEvP team-based extraction shooter that mixes survival elements of Rust with the crew-based open ocean vibes of Sea of Thieves, Sand, releasing April 3rd into early access, might be for you. Set in an alternate history timeline before World War I, you and your crew will head down to Sophie, a once lush
it's like
wet
Wild
surface
West.
planet that's now devoid of most life, and explore the
gave
world
Bambi his
kitted
food,
out with industrial
pill, yeah.
age-inspired gear and weapons. Sand dunes
And,
cover
the
most
food's
of the
good.
planet with shipwrecks and abandoned
I like it
island
a lot.
towns, now
I'm
being
almost done.
major points of interest that hold all manner of riches. Your goal? Build and pilot a Trampler, giant leg-based weaponized platforms that not only carry the loot you find, but can also be fully customized with
Oh my god, it's
weapon,
Wild West in
lighting
a video game.
emplacements, and room for your survival. You'll need to loot ammo, fuel, and other important items, all while battling it out with other crews planetside trying to strike it rich. That means shelling an opposing Trampler into oblivion or taking the fight to the enemy by boarding them and taking full control of their walker. As big fans of Last Oasis, when it first launched, this game looks to scratch that PvP survival itch with enough time before Dune Awakening launches to potentially carve out a decent-sized player base hungry for this type of game. One game I'm personally excited about is releasing on April 8th, and that's South of Midnight, a unique adventure game themed around the mythos of the Deep South. You play as Hazel, a girl who discovers a world where reality and fantasy intertwine after a hurricane destroys her hometown of Prospero. Hazel can tap into a
Why
type
is it like
of
10 frames a
spellcasting
second?
called Weaving, which she'll use to fight off strange creatures, explore a dark, modern, folklore-inspired world, and solve environmental puzzles. The team behind South of Midnight, Compulsion Games, is known for coloring outside of the lines, and that has me so excited about this game because it presents players with something different, built on rich storytelling, magical combat, and the little explored Southern Gothic setting. At its core, South of Midnight
That's
is
an
an
artistic
action
style
platformer,
choice.
and you'll spend most of your time exploring the world, navigating its twists and turns, and occasionally fighting to cleanse various parts of Prospero from the evil creatures that have taken up residence. It's akin to something like Psychonauts with a hint of Darksiders, and it's yet another opportunity for Compulsion Games to step outside that comfort zone and deliver on a unique gaming experience. You might not have guessed this, but Livid and I have a genuine side interest in extreme sports games. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Skate, SSX, Riders Republic. Between the two of us, we've
SSX.
played a lot of these types of games and just enjoy the thrill of being highly technical and going extremely fast. Well, on April 9th, The Sender's Next, developed by Rage Squid, brings us something new to experience. This time you'll grab either a snowboard to take on snowy steep slopes, or hit up the lush mountainsides with a mountain board, all the while choosing how you want to tackle each mountain via your own path. The game also features freestyle controls, allowing you to control every subtle movement of your rider by tapping into the game's physics and trick system, as well as an in-depth editor to show off your runs. The best part is you can either play solo with friends or join potentially hundreds of players online as you try to master all the challenges the game has to offer. This one does look like a blast, and you can check it out now thanks to a free demo ahead of its release. Butterscotch Shenanigans.
Oh, it's not
Yes,
too
that's
bad.
actually the name of a studio, and on April 10th, Crashlands 2 is dropping on PC and Android, and April 12th,
The snowboarding one though is like, can you be that like crystal dude or the metal dude from like
for
SSX?
iOS. The art direction and
Or no,
humor
1080
still keeps true
snowboarding.
to their first game,
Yeah.
which was very positively received, but the sequel has certainly taken a leap forward by our measure. You'll return to a Nope as Flux Dabes, a disgruntled intergalactic trucker who spent years away from the planet because of a lucrative contract. You return, simply wanting to visit some pals and recover alone in the alien Nope.
No.
Fighting or goofy, vibrant, and fun, which I think we can all admit we need more of in the world. For all you Metroidvania and Souls-like fans out there, Mandragora Whispers of the Witch Tree is a game that has certainly captured our attention. With a legendary witch lantern in your hand, you'll
Ooh,
enter the
I like this
otherworldly
vibe.
plane of entropy, where you'll come across fierce creatures, challenging nightmarish bosses, and a world that has succumbed to monsters. This 2.5D side-scrolling action RPG will test both your platforming and traversal proficiency, since exploration is paramount, with new skills you acquire at multiple points in
Oh, that was a skill tree. I saw it. The other thing, the thing that only really matters in this though is the gameplay. How good the gameplay is.
the game being used to uncover new areas of the world. At the same time, you'll put yourself through skills-driven combat similar to that of a major Souls-like game. Stamina management is essential to either success or a swift death at the hands of Mandragora's punishing enemies. The game also features multiple unique classes to master that each have a diverse set of skills and powers that you can master through a deep progression system. You can even craft weapons, armor, trinkets, and unlock powerful upgrades that pay off in a much bigger way, given the game features New Game Plus at launch. All in all, I think this one is punching above its weight class and looks like a promising indie title.
That's the most
On April
interesting one
17th,
yet.
Bionic Bay, one of the most unique platformers we've seen in a long time, is being released on PC and
Oh shit, this is cool too. This is like reminds me of Limbo.
PS5. This was originally planned for March, but looks like it was pushed back to this coming April. You play as a scientist trying to escape an ancient biomechanical world filled with all manner of technology that more or less wants to kill you. You're not helpless though, and with a unique teleportation device in hand, you'll be able to manipulate the world and hopefully survive. From the
Oh
game's unique
man.
pixel art style to
He almost ate shit there.
its interesting SWAT mechanics, there's a lot of fun to be had in this dystopian
It's like a mix between Limbo and Ori. It's kind of cool.
world, and with online speedrunning modes, leaderboards, and some character customization, there's a lot to latch onto, especially if you're into innovative platformers. On April 24th, Expedition 33, one of our most anticipated games of 2025, arrives. and
Oh
it could
shit,
be
this
the
is
next
looks
big
wicked cool.
JRPG style game.
It's a JRPG turn-based,
Every
right?
year, a mysterious deity known as the Paintress
Oh, they're gonna
erases
explain
a
it.
generation of people by painting a number that corresponds to their age. That number grows smaller and smaller each year, and every time, an expedition made up of people whose numbers will be next sets out to try and stop her before humanity eventually vanishes for good. This year, it's your expedition's turn. While turn-based, the game features an interactive combat system similar to that of a classic Legend of Dragoon,
Yeah, fucking Legend of Dragoon is sick.
where you have to engage with not only quick-time events to amplify your attack,
Dude, I played the shit out of Legends of Dragoon. Oh, is this all the like cinematics? Legends of Dragoon Combat. Look at this. You have to hit.
Double slash.
It's turn-based, but you have to hit the inputs. And the more you hit, you can do like fucking jumbo combos and stuff.
Burning rush.
I don't know why this is on the X. Sometimes it was like different buttons and stuff.
Crash dance.
And I think it does like how good you hit the buttons gives you more damage and
attacks,
stuff.
but you also have the ability to jump over, dodge, or parry any attack in the game, meaning the most skilled players could complete this game without ever taking a single lick of damage.
That's
Based
crazy.
on our 5 hours with the game in an early hands-on session, we can confidently say that the characters are extremely unique, each with their own mechanics you'll need to master to make the most out of their valuable party slot. Gustav has insane burst damage potential with his
The only thing though with this is that PoE to 0.2.0 release date I think is around this time. Oh no, it's not. It's coming up sooner. Oh shit, it's coming on the 4th? I thought it was the end of the month.
overcharged.
Oh, that's really
mechanic.
cool then.
Lune, on the other hand, controls elemental magic and manages synergy
So maybe I'll play PoE 2 early patch 2 and then I'll play
through
this.
Saints. And then there's Mael, who stance dances to alter her combat efficiency while bringing powerful buffs and debuffs to the table. Character progression is deep, featuring diverse skill trees, attribute scaling weapons, and an entire passive system in the form of Pictos and Lumina to master. Add to this the powerhouse voice acting of Charlie Cox, Jennifer English, and Andy Serkis, coupled with a compelling narrative, and we can
Andy
have
Ser-
a gem on our hands. For all you RTS fans
South
out
Africa
there,
again?
especially those fond of
The
titles
dude
from
who played
back
the
in
monkeys?
90s and 2000s,
Golem?
Tempest Rising is dropping on April 24th. It's a modern take on a classic formula featuring base building, gameplay modes in both single player and multiplayer, and 3 asymmetrical unique factions, each with their own approach to
play
combat
StarCraft.
and economy. The global defense forces are highly mobile and advanced peacekeepers, featuring some really potent aerial units and Terran-like ground forces, while the Tempest Dynasty have some truly hard-hitting units and the ability to rapidly deploy pre-constructed buildings and defenses. The third faction will be available post-launch, but you'll still have plenty to do
Third faction is
across
Protoss.
2 11-mission campaigns, as well as multiplayer matches in skirmishes, custom lobbies, and ranked. The game has some serious Command & Conquer / StarCraft 2 vibes, and if you're a fan of this genre, you can check out a demo available now.
I'm the only
on
Korean
Steam.
on the face of this earth that's terrible at StarCraft.
So there you have it, the 10 games coming out in April 2025 that we think should be on your radar.
All right, let's see here. They have a list. So number 1 is Expedition 33. That looks sick. And then 2 was the side scroller. Which that side scroller game? This one. Mandragora. And then 3 is actually this one, Bionic Bay. Surprisingly. So Expedition 33. Yeah, probably I might actually get Expedition 33.
And
Looks
ranked.
good.
The game has some serious Command & Conquer /
Hmm. Okay. Back to work. So create an EQ that turns a method true of all properties of text node. Objects are equal or future unit tests rely on this method. Compare objects. So self.text equal to Returns true if all the properties of two text node objects are equal. Self.text and object.text. And self.text type. Equals object.text type. And so return this. I want to write this. This gets weird if I do it like... Yeah, I'll just do it as one long one, it's fine. So if those all equal each other together, return true. Else return false. Create a ripper. That returns a string representation of the text node object. It looks like this.
Yeah. You wanna be big.
You may want to use .value on text type
Revolutions all the
field to get the string representation of enum. Oh, hold on a second. Self.
I find that ridiculous. If not, I do my best to guard.
Returns.
What's your name? What's your name, fool?
What's my name? What's my name, fool?
What's that sound? Who that be? Huh?
You want to use a .value on text type.
Huh?
Where you come from? Where you come from?
Where I come from? Where I come from?
You think you're big? You think you're big, kid?
I think I'm big. I think I'm big, kid.
To get the string representation of enum.
It's my desire to grow back again.
You came to the right place. I'll make you big.
I came to the right place. You make me big.
Where text, text type, and URL are the values of text, text type, and URL properties respectively. So this is
Right now, right now.
self.text.
Better make it quick. Hey, hey, look down. Get you out of this and now push the button.
Come on, I'm big all of a
self.texttype.value.
SOS, please handle you with care.
And then URL is self.url. Turns a string representation of the text node. But then I need, then it's just the, yeah, then I need the inputted value, right?
My mind is like a demon. Better believe it. Your mind is like a demon. I'm Lord. Everybody knows my name. You are the Lord. Everybody knows your name. I got it all. Cash, money, and fame.
I got it all. Cash, money, and fame.
Now back to business. You wanna grow big, right?
Now back to business. You wanna grow big, right?
Let's not waste no time. Here we go. Alright. Let's not waste no time.
Here we go. Aight. Aight. Okay, I think that's right.
It'll never happen again. You promise. You promise. I'll do anything. A hug, a kiss. You do anything. A hug, a kiss. I don't know what to do. It's all because of you.
Create a main function in main pi.
My charm too. You enjoy your side. Your charm too. Put me back, son. Come on, I gotta go. Put you back, son. Come on, you gotta go. Or I'm gonna miss my favorite TV show. Or you're gonna miss your favorite TV show. Hey, you're pretty mature than I thought. Good going. Thanks, but you're still bigger than your normal size. You're right. Make me small again.
And call it. The function should create a new text node object with some dummy values. Print the object and make sure it looks like you expected. For example, my code printed. This is some anchor text link htt boot.dev.
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect and the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Squirm. For now down here come the claws.
You can delete the files in the public directory. They aren't needed anymore. Tips. You may need to make main.shell executable by running chmod plus main.shell. In Python, if you want to use code from one file to another, you need to import it. For example, use supercar class from cars. Oh yeah, so we gotta import this.
That couldn't be bought, doomed, detected, and caught.
We need what? We need text node text type from
No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over.
text node.
This house of
Hi. the call it, right?
Life's immortal lives expire.
When you're happy with everything is intent, run and submit the test from
Go to
the
their
root of the project.
in the land forevermore.
Excuse me.
Doomed, detected, and paused.
What's the issue? Oh, I never closed it. Text no. Pi. Line 11. Line 24, intent. Invalid syntax on the F string. What was I supposed to... This, right? When's a string representation of text node object? I don't know why that doesn't work. Valid syntax. Check the version. Yeah. Why am I getting a syntax error? Main pie. Oh no. This is syntax error is in text note I. I'm the ass the bear. I'm getting a... Is it a syntax error? In text. Boot.Py. Instead of that, it should be. Oh, I fucking typoed. It's always something. I always typo. Text no, this is some anchor text link. Yes. Expecting text node. This is some anchor text. Cat.get ignore PyCache. Expecting out 0, 0. Okay, cool. Submit it. Next step. Did I save these notes? And
Text node tests. Unit tests are a way to verify that the code you write works as expected. In other Boot.Dev courses, you write code that text node tests. Unit tests are a way to verify that the code you write works as expected. In other Boot.Dev courses, you write code that passes the unit tests we provide. As a developer, you'll be expected to write your own tests to ensure that individual pieces of your code, units, work as expected. It can feel like a lot of extra work, but it's often worth it, especially if the logic you're testing is particularly complex while simultaneously easy to test. E.g., it doesn't rely on external stuff like files or the network. Once you have some good tests, you can run them whenever you make changes to ensure you didn't break anything. Assignment. Create a new script in the root of the project called test.esh. This will be a convenient way to run our tests.
so we're in the root. Touch test. Show. It should contain. Let's copy pasta this. This command tells Python to use the standard library's unit test module to run all the tests discover it can find in the source directory. Create a test_text node Python file in the source directory. Text node.py. Oops. This is where we'll write our test for test text note class. Here's a file with a single test. This test creates two text node objects with the same properties and asserts that they are equal. Notice the missing URL argument, which should have a default value of none. If you run your test with ./test.shell, you see the test passes. Where's this bash permission denied? chmod. Okay. Add some test cases by adding methods to test text node class to verify. Test text node. Add some test cases by adding methods to test text. At least 3 in total to check various edge cases like when UL property is none or when text type property is different. You want to make sure that when properties are different, the text node objects are not equal. When you're satisfied that your class is behaving as expected, run a Smith test using Boot.Dev CLI. All test functions and file names must start with test to be discoverable by unit test. Okay, so All right, so test with when URL property is none. Text type property is different. So tests not equal type. I just change one of these to like something else. Look. Right? How do I do the URL is none? Make sure that they're not equal. Test. You do. So you want the properties are different. You want to make sure when properties are different are not equal. Test with a URL. This would be link, right? text node. Text type URL. Self text type URL. Text type URL. Text type URL. Some website.com. I don't have to put URL for the types, right? So test none URL. Did I just leave that field like blank? Oh, it didn't copy the... It cut it off. So... None is just blank, right? How do I do none? There's a UR argument which should have a default value of none. If you run a test, you should see the test passes. A little confused on how to do the URL equals none. Is it just none in here? Consistent use of tabs and spaces. Fuck. Line 13. Why the fuck? Why does it matter? Ran 4 tests. Expecting exit code 0, ran 4 tests, okay. Let's ask the bear. This is correct. Is this correct? Checking to see if they're both none, but I don't know if that's what it's asking. The question's asking. Bugger. Let me ask you a few guiding questions. Does your text node class handle the equality comparison property when the URL attribute is none? For instance, does it ignore or account for the URL attribute when checking equality? Does this test significantly differentiate between classes where URL is none and classes where it has a value? I want to test both situations. How might you write a second test to confirm what happens when two nodes are the same in every property except the URL? To confirm what happens to two nodes are the same in every property except URL. By writing a test with the text node URLs as different values. To truly cover this scenario, you'd want to test to see if where the URL property has different values of the two text node instances. That would allow you to confirm that assert equal or not equal behaves as URL. For example, but not for solutions. What would you expect the result if text node has a URL set to has example.com and the other has none? Which assertion would you use? What would you expect text node has a URL set to this and the other has none? Which assertion would you use? Assert not equal. Okay, so I should just put that in here since I'm fucking essentially just talking to him about it. Right, so I'm essentially talking to him about different URL dot link and then HTTPS some website.com, and this one would be like HTTPS diff website.com, and then you would assert not equal. I think that would work too. Oop, typos. Oh, it's just typoing because got cut off. I just zoom out. and 5 tests. Okay.
HTML node. Next, we need a way to represent HTML nodes. Our text node class represents the various types of inline text that can exist in HTML and Markdown. Our HTML node class will represent a node in an HTML document tree, like a p tag and its contents, or an a tag and its contents. It can be block level or inline, and is designed to only output HTML. Assignment. Create a new file called htmlnode.py in the source directory, and define a class called HTMLnode in it. The HTML node class should have 4 data members set in the constructor. Tag.
A text node class represents the various types of inline text that we can exist in HTML and Markdown. Our HTML node class will represent a node in the HTML document tree, like a p tag when its contents are an a tag in its contents. It can block level or inline and is designed to only output HTML. Create a new file. HTML node .py in the source directory. Define a class called HTML node in it. HTML node class should have 4 data members set in the constructor. There's a define in it. Tag value string representing the HTML tag name. A value string representing the value of the HTML tag, example tag inside the paragraph. Children, a list of HTML node objects representing the children in this node. Props, a dictionary of key value pairs represent HTML, for example. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it's going to be self tag value children props. Perhaps counterintuitively, every data member should be optional and default to none. Okay. HTML node without a tag will just render raw text. An HTML node without a value will be assumed to have children. HTML node without children will be assumed to have a value. An HTML node without props simply won't have any attributes. Add a toHTML self method. Oh, I have to put in 3 first, I think. Self.tag equals tag. Self.value equals value. Self.children Self.children equal to children if children is not none. Else list of HTML nodes representing objects. So else it's equal to an empty list, right? Self dot props is equal to props if props is not none too. Oh, something's happening here. That was weird. Self dot props is equal to props if props is not none. I think this one has to be is not none. Else props returns a dictionary of key value pairs, so it's an empty dictionary. All right. Add two HTML set methods. So two HTML self. For now, it should just raise a non-implementable error. Child classes will override this method to render themselves as HTML. In user-defined base classes, abstract method should raise this exception when the required derived classes to override the method, or while the class is being developed to indicate that real implementation still needs to be added. Should not be used to indicate that an operator or method is not meant to be supported at all. In that case, operator unlock should be set to none. Caution: not implement error and not implemented are non-interchangeable. The exception only be used and describes not implemented. Okay. So, not implemented error. Can I put this in? I can just keep it. type it like a normal error. I think. Add a props to HTML self method. It should return a string that represents the HTML attributes of the node. For example, if self.props is this, then self.props to HTML should return href equals that. Okay, so it's a dictionary into a string, essentially. You want the key value pairs joined together. So, I want the key and value pairs joined together in a string for the key value in the self props dictionary. Get the items in a dictionary. You need dot items. So, it's like for key and value in self.props item, right, for dictionaries. Then we want the f string of the key value pairs, right? Key equals value. And we want to join these together to a string. Notice the leading space character before href, before target. Okay, so we got to put a space in here. Okay. Href equals E equals value. E equals value with a space in the front. So we're joining them together. Add a repr self method. Give yourself a way to print HTML no object and see its tag, value, children, and props. This will be useful for your debugging. You have to print an HTML node object and see its tag. Okay, so the HTML node. Tag value children props. Tag value children props. Self.tag. Equals self.value. Okay. Create some tests for HTML code in class. At least 3. I use new file called source test HTML node.py. When you're satisfied that your class is behaving as expected and your unit test is running successfully, run a submit the test. Okay, so it's excuse me. I should just copy the other test. Like, I know I have to put in like import Unicode unit test. What the fuck is the other one called? Test text note. Essentially just copy this, right? For like a base and then just change it a little bit. Oh, but our from is going to be different. From HTML node import HTML node. Go from props to HTML. This isn't text now, this is HTML mode. And then we want for example, a link A tag might have a href http://google.com. So it's tag value children props. Dictionary representing attributes of HTML tag. For example, a tag might have a href google.com. So tag list of HTML node objects represent the children of the node. Okay, I do it like this. So like the tag is A. Right? Props are dictionary. Equal to the example here, href colon https / www.google.com. tag. Just to have those values in there, right, too, because that's a dictionary format. So target colon underscore blank. Fuck. I guess this has to be in the beginning too. href https www.google.com and then target and blank. Having a little bit of trouble with this. Test upper self assert equal. Oh, I didn't have to put the second node in. They don't have to be 2 nodes. Ooh. Can I do like... I mean, I could just say these are the same. Right? Then we could do like... like empty props. Say P props is equal to empty dictionary. Self dot assert equal node HTML. Props to HTML key value and self dot props dot items return space join key value. Props to HTML. So it's node dot props to HTML. Self assert equals The node dot function expected failure test case. So foo upper node props to if it's empty, it should just return nothing, like a nothing string. Okay. What else can we test? Define tests nodes with children. Their children. So So might it be hard actually? Think for a sec. I mean, typically you probably have to write all the tests, right? Check like the order. If you're gonna get href, https, Google first, or you're gonna get it last as a string spit out of the dictionary. Oh, you would rate that though. Other tests we could do. Do it without one of the inputs. Do like a completely empty node where there's no inputs. What are those, some of the other tags? We have P, H for header, I for italic. E for paragraph. Having trouble writing another test. I could just write the empty. Like empty node. And that would be mode equals HTML node link. Can I write equal, true, false, raises? Can I write like none? Equal. Horns. I think I could just write logs. Greater equal to equal. I think I can just write like I want to write dot as like self-assert none. Yeah, I test for none in Python. Self-assert is none. Self is in a. Is none. Children. We assume to have a value. Without children, we assume to have a value. So just like some empty children's list. Cool. Node dot children. Some empty list. And the same thing with the node dot props. I think this is right. Alright, so now I'm gonna run the test. Is this supposed to be a a Python? Line 17. Inconsistent use of tabs and spaces. There is an else. Line 6 of HTML node pi. Two failures. Uh-oh. Having issue with test HTML dot In the test props to HTML, you're comparing two HTML node objects directly with self-assert equal. However, Python doesn't inherently define equality for custom objects yet, unless you've overwritten the EQ method in your HTML node class to specify how equity should work. Two instantiated objects will always compare as unequal, even if their attributes are the same. Or how you could implement an EQ method in HTML node, perhaps direct this test to compare the result of a specific method. For example, checking equality of node props to HTML. Maybe a better approach to this. What do you think? Oh yeah, I'm probably checking the equality of nodes to props to HTML. Node.props to HTML is probably a better check. So we have to rewrite this. Expected output. Oh, so you can just compare. Oh, I see. You can just punch in the info and give it an expected output and test against that. That makes a lot more sense to me. Ow. Click guidance on prop stage itself. It should look like if you're encountering issues with the method, or are there other areas of test you'd like assistance with. If these ones look alright. Are these okay? Then ensure that they are aligned with the behavior HTML code class is expected to exhibit. A few notes to confirm. Test empty props. You're testing that the props is an empty dictionary. The output of the props HTML should be an empty string. This makes sense and seems correct. Just ensure that the props to HTML method properly handles an empty dictionary and doesn't generate anything unexpected. Test empty node. Intenders to confirm the default values when the HTML object is instantiated without any arguments, but in your lesson instructions, weren't the children and props supposed to default to none rather than... Oh, okay. The constructor looks something like this. Yep. Then your test is fine as is since children and props default to... Yeah, that's what I have in the statement. Fuck, I just flipped open a safety pin. Like a huge ass safety pin too. Then your test is fine as children props default to a list and dictionary internally, but if different than none, you need to adjust your tests accordingly. Okay, so I think it's fine. Oh yeah, that's a typo. Yeah, assertion error. None does not equal quote unquote. It shows that props, the HTML method, is returning none instead of an empty string when props is empty. Could you share how your props to HTML is currently implemented? Needs a little tweak to properly handle its task. Currently has 2 issues. Returning immediately. Before loop directly returns inside the first iteration means it's processed only on the first key pair value. Oh, that's right. If not self.props, return blank. Oh, I don't have a not. Okay. Return dot join. Join all the keys in the string. Gotcha. Well, let me just write this out because if not self.props, return nothing. Return space dot join the f string of the key equals value. for key and value in self.props.item. Okay. Alright, now it ran 3. So I had an issue with this statement, the props to HTML. Oh, I still have one failure. What the fuck? The test currently compares the HTML object itself node with the expected prop string produced by the props to HTML method. This is incorrect because the node is an HTML node object, while node.props to HTML is a string. You cannot compare these two directly. Update your tests like so. Target blank, yeah. Self-asserted assert equals node props to HTML, comma expected output. The one small mistake in your updated test props to HTML method self-asserted Oop. Test the props HTML. Self.asserted equal node.props HTML expected output. Here's the correct test method. Self.assert equal node.pro. Oh, I don't need this first. Oh my god, finally. Command exit code. CLI commands your solution should be .test.sh. Expecting exit code 0. .test. Oh, I'm not in the right directory. Okay, that looks right. Okay, cool. I think that's gonna be it for me today, guys. Whoa, we're about a third of the way through it. It's good. It's tough, but it's good. But we'll get this fucking son of a bitch automated markdown working. And yeah, we'll fumble through it the best we can and come out the other side better for it, I guess. So have a good night. Stay safe out there. I might stream. I might be playing some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 later. If I don't catch you, have a good night. Stay safe out there. Don't do too much dumb shit. If you do dumb shit, do one dumb shit thing at a time so you don't get caught. And I will be on tomorrow for another chunk to try to get this static site generator. So yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Bye. Have a good night. I'm gonna take this off too. Now I'm like warm.